Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland, another 5-day race week here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you here this morning on Today at Keeneland. Thank you for taking 30 minutes out of your morning to join us as we discuss this 8-race card. We'll get to the track conditions in a bit. Had some rain, I think, overnight and early this morning, and even as we were coming into Keeneland. But right now the sun is shining. The wind certainly has picked up quite a bit this morning.
Yes, and the turf currently is listed as good, but the main track is fast. There's some, it's cloudy, but sunshiny out today. I don't think, are we supposed to get some rain today?
We had some. I don't know. I'll check the forecast. We've got WKYT.
Good
we'll
thing
get to
we
that
have
in a moment.
that weather report in our show.
You're jumping the gun.
Sorry.
Let's talk about Wednesday Challenge. It's Wednesday. Race 3 is when it begins. And how this works, it's a $10 contest. You can enter at Wagering Central, which is on the first floor of the grandstand, and you place $2 win-place wagers, mythical $2 win-place wagers once you put that initial $10 in, and it's for the final 6 races, so races 3 through 8, and 100% of the pool is paid out to the top 10 players. It's presented by Malone's Wednesday Challenge.
Looking forward to that. I know that's a popular competition, and hopefully the second half of the card is tremendous, especially the feature, which we'll get into a little bit later.
Let's go back to Sunday, though, recap the racing, which closed out that 5-day race week, and Cameo Performance on Heroes Day put together one of the strongest performances that we saw here on Sunday and this week as far as Maiden Specialweight Company is concerned. There he is, flashing his talent, and the way that Tyler Gaffalione approached this race, he never panicked once with the Keeneland Sailgrad. I
love his mama, Laminata. We talked about it when we were on our show, and she just seems like she's going to be a really nice broodmare. Utah Beach, also a winner on Heroes Day. Very appropriate winner for Ignacio Correas, Joel Rosario as well, teaming up for this really impressive win. Obviously, that was a tight shot, but she won easily.
Clocker Pick coming with the winner, Pure Panic. That was in race number 8 for Eric Foster and T-Gaff, Tyler Gaffalione, another win on the Sunday card. And then in the 9th race on Sunday, Ohana Honor just kept on rolling out on the front end as he stretched out to 1.5 miles. This is the last, 16th of a mile in a 1.5 mile race, and look how well he's running.
I was so surprised that nobody else went with this horse on the front end. Flavien Prat just managed to slow those fractions down uncontested and went wire to wire in the nightcap.
Let's take a look at our jockey trainers standings as it stands coming into this Wednesday card, April 17th. Tyler Gaffalione, 2 in front of Irad and Jose Ortiz. Junior Alvarado with 6 wins. Luis Saez with 4. Wesley Ward maintains a 1-win advantage over trainer Brad Cox.
Yep, and obviously just look at I say this time and time again, but the top 4, 5, even 6 jockeys in the colony right now, they are bringing their A game, and you have to be bringing your A game in order to be just a mention on the leaderboard right now. So tip of the cap to them, and also the trainers. We'll see how it all plays out in the final week and a half.
That's the jockey trainer standings. Before we get to our John Deere track conditions, let's check in with WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
Rain will move out of the region, so it ends up being a fairly nice race day out at Keeneland. We're going to see those temperatures jump back into the 70s. I'm thinking daytime highs could probably rally into the mid and upper 70s out there as well. Clouds will thin from the beginning of the meet into the end of it there as we head toward the evening hours with you toward last post time during that 6 o'clock hour. Still around 78 degrees, so it should be a pretty decent day out at the track, not dealing with that widespread rain for this go around. So, as I always say, good luck out there.
It's just going to be windy, and if any of the ladies coming out to the track need a curling iron today for their hair, come find Gabby Gaudette. She'll get you hooked up here on the set. We got power strips, we got a curling iron, we got everything.
A little life hack, you just put the camera on your iPad or laptop or phone. Phone could work too, and then just take that.
Curl away.
Yep.
Curling and broadcasting. That's what we do here on Today at Keeneland. Track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast and good.
Fast and good. As you mentioned, we did have a little bit of rain overnight. Main track is listed as fast, and I'm so happy because some of these turf races are tremendous today. Looking forward to them.
And with the wind, we'll see if the track condition, the turf course condition, may change over the course of the afternoon. Full card selections for this Wednesday. Download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smart device. Speaking of bringing your A games, as you mentioned in the jockey trainer standings, you really stepped up and brought your A game last week. I mean, you were lighting it up with your winners.
Well, I told you it was because the eclipse.
Here we go. So what do we got? 25 years before it happens again?
It changed the tides for me. But honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, Scott. I picked a lot of favorites. A lot of favorites won last week. So let's see how this week goes. We only agree on one race today, and that is the 4th race. We agree on number 9. Outside of that, we are all over the place. We kind of agree in the 7th race. The featured event just swapped places there for the 1st and 2nd. But it's one of those cards, Scott. It's really competitive.
Social media, give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. That is their X, Twitter handle, whatever you want to call it, at FanDuel TV. Download FanDuel TV Plus right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, your favorite connected device, one of those 3, FanDuel TV Plus. You'll have access to FanDuel TV each and every day, as well as FanDuel Racing, as well as on-demand content as we start to really ramp up our programming over there, and especially on the on-demand side for Derby 150, which is less than 3 weeks away. 2.5 weeks out from the Kentucky Derby?
Yes.
Nearly there.
Boy, don't we know it.
It's coming. It's coming whether we are ready or not. It's not moving.
And it's not moving.
It's been there for 150 years, that first Saturday in May. Let's take a look at our featured event. Race number 7, a mile and an eighth on the good listed turf course. Scratch high, raise high. The number 7 horse. Scratch out the 13, 14, and 15. And what say the 2-1, or the 5-2, 5-2 morning line favorite in this event? I go here. I do go to What Say Thee. This is a horse that didn't have the cleanest trips last time out, and oftentimes that will happen. I shouldn't say often. It will happen enough when you've got these types of horses that like to come from off the pace, and we're going to show you that race on the 3rd of March at Gulfstream Park. He drops anchor, he makes a run. That's what he has consistently done over the course of his career, and he's down on the inside this afternoon with Luis Saez, and things just did not develop out in front of him, and they also get away from him a little bit in this run. And you can see Luis, he's got bottled up situation, a horse stopping in front of him, and now he just has nowhere to go, and this horse ends up finishing 7th, beaten just 2 1/4. He runs on a little bit there with that pack of horses, so it doesn't look great. The 7th place finish doesn't look great, but it'll go a long way with the longer distance at a mile and 8 this afternoon. He's a son of See the Stars. Keeneland April purchase from last year of $45,000 for trainer Mike Maker. I think that he ends up being the one to beat in this race, especially with Raise High coming out of here. I go to the 12 on the outside as the second choice. Pork Roll, is that what we're going with?
Let's go with that.
Pork Roll for Graham Motion. I think they've got to let this Speightstown gelding go from the outside here today and try to set the pace. And then the one horse, Wayhill Road, the very well-bred colt for Woodford Racing and Stone Street Stables. Half-brother to Gervin, half-brother to Midnight Bourbon, half-brother to Pirates Punch, half-brother to Cockton Loaded. Those are 4 stakes winners, big-time family here. $1.6 million is what they bought him for at the September sale in 2021. He's 1 for 1 at Keeneland, and I think that the longer distance will help him. So 2, 12, and 1 for me in Race 7, our featured event.
I remember doing a segment on that broodmare a couple years ago, I think during Preakness time. She has been a tremendous producer, and obviously the mother of the one Wayhill Road. I'm so happy we watched that replay from the 2 What Say Thee, because it's one thing for a horse to get into traffic trouble. Sometimes it looks like they're not really making that move, right? And that's why it's so important to watch those replays. That was significant, and obviously take it into context. This horse had back-to-back wins going into that last race as well. So I think he is very much the horse to beat, but the 12 Pork Rolls will go back to his last race, his only race. This was his debut. I thought this was very impressive. I like the fact that he showed early speed. He wasn't necessarily on the lead, but he at least showed the ability to show gate speed, which I think is going to help him with this outside pose position. He was really nicely placed here under Johnny Velazquez. He looked like a horse that had race experience just because of how nicely he settled towards the front end. And then on top of that, he showed a lot of grit and tenacity at the end of the day to pass that horse down on the inside and get up for the nose victory. All those things I really like about him. He does have to clear from that outside post position. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of pace. I think the 11 is quick, and he could maybe get that pressing trip just on the outside. That's why I didn't pick the 2, because I didn't think there was going to be a fast pace for him today, and why I opted for the 12 Pork Rolls, which is an island in the French Riviera. Yes, please.
Right now. I would not leave Keeneland.
No.
I'd take Keeneland over
after Derby.
Roll.
After Derby. 12 to 11 for me. I also used the 11 Horace Mann because of the overall lack in pace that I see in this race.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on our feature.
Wayhill Road ran the worst race of his career in his 2024 debut at Gulfstream Park. But trainer Shug McGahee, when we caught up to him at his New York home, told us there's a reason for that. He didn't have the horse fully cranked up.
He worked really good. I mean, he was at pace all winter. I saw him. He worked really good. And so I said, heck, I'm going to go on and run him. And, we got a race into him, and we were pointing for the spring and summer and fall. And, that's where we are right now.
Since that first out of the year, Wayhill Road has had 5 workouts. The last one here at Keeneland, McGahee thinks we'll see something closer to that lifetime best performance that we saw from this colt at Keeneland last October.
He got ridden great at Keeneland that day. And so I think, as long as we don't get too far off the pace and, in a grass race, and just get him in position where he's got a chance to win if he's good enough.
It's been mostly 1-mile races for Wayhill Road, but Shug says the mile and an 1/8 should be no problem whatsoever.
Well done to Tom Leach and Shug checking in via the video chat.
We can get him anywhere.
Stepping it up.
I
well
know.
Done.
Phenomenal stuff. Great job. And Tom has really been coming with a lot of great information so far this meet.
Really
so thank you to them.
Race number 6, one of our key races that we'll focus our attention on, part of the late pick 4 here today, part of the Wednesday challenge. Don't forget about that with that $10 Wagering Central contest that'll take place starting in race number 3. Paparina installed at 6-5 on the morning line in this starter allowance race, starter 50. I go to Paparina. I thought that she'd be a bigger price on the morning line, I'll be honest with you, coming from Oaklawn Park, but that's what she's at. Maybe she drifts a little bit. I'm not sure how this race will be played, to be honest with you, but Paparina is a filly, to me, that surprised them a little bit because she debuted for Maiden 40 and she was second. And then Ron McQuett took the shot in a maiden special weight that just had an 8-horse field, and she won by 5.5 lengths in a maiden special weight at Oaklawn Park. And she was 7-1 that day. And then she comes back on the 24th of March and she starts rambling late. This is her style. She comes from well off the pace. She really starts to kick it in down on the inside and just lost this race by a head bob. She had one more jump and she's there. McQuett said they were unlucky to lose that race. That's what he told me this morning. Tyler Gaffleone gets the opportunity today. I think that any one of her 3 starts running on late, we'll see how she fares here today over this race course, and we'll see how this race course plays with the wind and the rain that we've gotten and a couple of days off so far, because speed has been holding quite well down on the inside. The one horse, the on 80, did I get that right?
Sounds good to me. Is
my second selection for Tom Amoss. I think has to try to show some speed here today. That, or she's going to look for that same trip, and I think she's going to try to look for Paparina and get that same trip if she's not sharp today. So they'll keep an eye on each other with their running styles. And then Crackalacken, the number 3 horse. This horse will show speed. I think she's a danger. This is a filly that sprung a big upset in the 2-year-old race in April of 2022 by 5 lengths, part of that first crop for the stallion McCracken. It's been kind of a mixed bag. I think that she's a filly that was in over ahead most of the way, but now in her last few races last summer, I should say, they settled into ranks that are more suitable for her. She's coming off of a 10-month layoff, but Sarah Hamilton, she does a great job with these horses. Watch out for Crackalack, and if she's got any of that back speed today, that'll go a long way against these fillies.
All right, that's a look at race 6, and definitely Paparina looks to be the horse to beat in there. I take us to a couple races earlier to race 4. It's the 2-year-old race. Once again, 4.5 furlongs on the main track. We've got several changes in here.
A lot.
Scratch the 1, scratch the 4, scratch the 8, and the 10. Luis Saez will be aboard the 2. Jet Sweep Joe Augustin Gomez on the 3, Baytown Boo Boo as well. And Joel Rosario picks up the mount on the 12, Into Inspiration. And, of course, Kurt Becker will come with those scratches and changes a little bit later as well. But this is a key race because Wesley Ward scratched again. Bostonian, I think, has been entered, 3 times? One time.
At least twice. 3
times. I think one time she was on the AE and couldn't draw into the race. But that's beside the point. Big scratch of Bostonian in here. And I think the horse to beat in many ways is the 9, Strummen. Let's go back to this horse's debut. This was, of course, in the beginning of April, opening weekend here at Keeneland. And I didn't love this inside post position for her. I was talking about it when I was analyzing this race, And I just think inside draws for 2-year-olds at Keeneland is really difficult, but I love the way that he was making up ground in the late stages of this race. Obviously, Shoot It True was the winner. I got the gender mixed up because Shoot It True is a filly by Munnings. Very, very impressive for trainer Wesley Ward. The post position cost him. I don't think that he was going to win, but he might have lessened the margin of victory for Shoot It True. And now he gets an outside post position and a scratch down field. So in many ways, this is a horse to beat. But, there's a element of some of these races can be unpredictable with these 2-year-old first-time starters, but I think experience goes a long way. Outside of him, I think the 5, Mr. Woodford, is very interesting. Larry Demerit, generally speaking, he does quite well with his 2-year-olds. 2-year-old first-time starters, only 1 for 13, but it's a small sample size, and he's 38% in the money. And then the other horse that I'm going to use is the 2, Jet Sweep Joe. Luis Saez gets the mount, and this horse has obviously been clocking some bullets here locally, and that it will attract some attention as well, a son of Frosted.
It's a race you got to pay attention to the tote board first and foremost, and I know that's not going to help you if you're playing the early pick 5 or the early pick 4 or a rolling double going into that race. But with Bostonian coming out, and I mean, even a few of these others, it was a confusing race once you got away from Bostonian and Strummen and trying to find that third selection. I go to Strummen in this instance, coming back a second time this meet for John Hancock off of that race on opening day here at Keeneland. So he's the obvious one. I think that he ends up being the favorite. And then as far as looking elsewhere, Into Inspiration, it's a $300,000 Into Mischief colt that they bought last year as a yearling. These are connections I'm not honestly familiar with, Rafael Ramos, but you've got clientele that are backing you to $300,000 on a Into Mischief colt. He's got to have some ability. He comes in with a couple of workouts here at Keeneland. From the outside, he'll draw, and that's an advantage here. And then in the third selection, I'm going to the breeding on Baytown Boo Boo. He's by Instagram, bred by Larry Best OXO Equine. He supported that stallion as well as a person has supported the stallion at that price point in the history of breeding. And so he brought very good mares to Instagram. Instagram was one of the flashiest 2-year-old winners that we have seen over the last 5 or so years. I can't remember what year that he debuted, but it came at Los Alamitos. He won the Best Pal. Beautiful horse. Watch out for Baytown Boo Boo if the breeding comes through, and he'll be plenty fit. I mean, they've been working this horse since February here in Kentucky for Paul McAtee. So that's race number 2. Our Sales Grad Spotlight. We go to race number 3 to Neon Icon. Or that was race number 4, excuse me. We go to race number 3 to Neon Icon as this horse is now named. And Neon Icon brought $220,000 at the September sale in 2022. Daughter of Arrogate out of Medaglia d'Oro, first dam at Mademoiselle Coco. This one owned by Bo Bromagin and Michael DeHire. Rusty Arnold with the first-time starter. I did have a conversation with Bo. He said, we'll see how this filly debuts. We may not see the best version of her here today. Sounds like get a race under her belt sort of situation with Neon Icon, but she's an Arrogate filly, and $220,000. She might be worth that right now.
Yeah.
Well, before she races.
Not even raced.
Right.
Let's take a look at the Clocker report here. Race 1 kicks off this Clocker report. The number 5, Razzle Red, worked in company with Awatea, who was 4th in career debut at Ellis. That Twirling Candy filly will be much tighter with a 2-turn turf race under her belt, and she's bred to relish the surface change to dirt. And then looking ahead to the 3rd race as well, the number 6, Street Where You Live, is another one that's been impressive to the Clocker.
Yeah, Daughter of Malibu Moon breezed a half mile from the gate. Finishing 4 lengths to the good of her workmate, Penny Smile, unraced daughter of Blame, first time Lasik. So mark the 5 in race 1, the 6 in race number 3. Multi-race exotics. I'm going to go early today.
Nice.
I'm going first, and I'm going early, as in the early pick 4, which begins in race number 2. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. Race number 2, mile and an eighth, 16 claimer. I'm hitting the all button.
I think that's a good move.
Anything can happen in these kinds of races at this level, so we're buying that leg, turning it into a pick 3 by doing so. Going 4 deep in race number 3, which to me is a very tough race, maiden special weight event for the fillies and mares 3 and up. My top selection there, for what it's worth, is Cara and Colleen, the number 2 horse for Nacho Correas. Also Dynamism for Grand Motion underneath, and then Neon Icon, and I'll even throw the 5 horse in there for Scene, who can come onto the scene late in this situation. And then we'll single in the next 2 legs. Going to go to Strumman, hope that he can bring it today and be a little sharper away from the starting gate for John Hancock in that 2-year-old race. And then in race number 5, I go to the 8 as another single Blenheim Baby for Eddie Keneally. Back on dirt is the idea there. So all by 4, by single, $16 in this early pick 4.
All right, I will take us to the late pick 4 sequence. My ticket's a little bit more expensive, and I do think you have to invest this much, maybe even more in this late pick 5 or 4, I should say, in the 5th race, 2, 3, 7, and the 8. I thought that was a very difficult race. It kind of reminds me of the second race on today's program. It's a $30,000 claiming event. I have the most coverage there. In the 6th race, I use the 1 Dans 80 and as well as the number 5 Paparina, just because of her closing running style. She might just run out of real estate, and I think the 1, she might be able to get the jump on her just because of that rail draw. Then we get to the 7th race, 2, 11, and the 12. Again, the 2, What Say Thee. I'm leaving out the number 1, Way Hill Road. If you want, add that horse, but the 2, What Say Thee, with that treble trip last time out, and then the 2 likely speed horses towards the outside, the 11 and the 12. And then we get to the 8th and final race, the 1, 2, and the 8, the 1 Trumptastic, taking a drop in class. The 2 Patriarchal is going to be the price play in there. I like the cutback for the Son of Catholic Boy, and then the number 8, Olivier, for trainer Rudy Brisset, another one that looks like he'll benefit from the cutback in distance, making his 3rd career start.
That's Flightline's brother, right? Olivier? Believe it is.
Yeah, feathered. Mm-hmm.
That is in the 8th and final race here at Keeneland. Let's go to our best angles of the day. I'll start with the opener here and look to build a bankroll as far as the first double of the day is concerned. Don't forget about the reduced takeout in the daily doubles here at Keeneland Racecourse. 7% reduction in takeout from 22% down to 15%. Simply put, means the daily doubles are paying more here at Keeneland. I'll go 3 deep in this first race to get to race number 2. I'm going to go 1, 4, and 6. Vino Veloce for Michael Puich. By the way, there is no equipment change there in that first race. No blinkers on Vino Veloce here today. I go to the full horse Low Country Magic, a first-time starter that I got tipped on a bit coming in here to Keeneland Racecourse this afternoon, and then Sanctify for Wayne Catalano trying the dirt for the first time, and then in race number 2, 2, and 4. All West for Keith DeSormo, who's good at this horse, has been good at this distance of a mile and eighth, and then Candy for Carmel for Richie Baltas coming in from Southern California. Always have to respect the SoCal shippers, and this gelding running for 16, being very aggressive, looking to get a win here today. So $30, playing it for $5. You can take it down to $1 if you wish to do so, but I'm going to play it for $5 in the first double of the day, the early double here on this Wednesday.
What was the horse you got tipped on?
The 4 in race number 1.
4
right?
in race
No.
7?
Am I messing that up now?
Oh,
yeah, the 4 in race 1.
Okay, and race 1.
Low Country Magic.
Okay.
Yes,
Good to
that's
know.
right.
Good to know. Thank you for telling me now and not like days ago, but whatever. At least it's prior to wagering on this race. Okay, I'm going to take us to the 3rd race. Number 5 for Scene will be the top selection for me. Cara and Colleen is the 9-5 morning line favorite for Nacho Correas. We're looking at maybe a good day Chaparral Nacho Correa. So he has your tip horse. He's got this horse. He's got some really nice horses later today. But the 5 we're seeing, let's take you back to a race at Churchill Downs. This was a while ago, but it was, I thought, one of her more impressive performances. This was going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs over a sloppy sealed track. You can see how much moisture was in the track on this particular day. I don't really think she handled the surface, but she still kept on trying. She was beaten by Lookster, Perfect Shot, I think 2 very nice fillies. And then obviously she came back off the layoff last time out. She ran on a sloppy seal track at Gulfstream Park, and the race didn't play out in her favor. She was so far off the pace. The pace seemingly held. It's a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream. Horses generally don't make up that much ground with that type of configuration on the main track there. I just think this is a much better spot for her, going 2 turns on the main track here at Keeneland. So she's going to be the top selection. Simple play, $20 to win. I guess the strongest opinion there is to try to play against the 2 and 3 who will likely get money.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We're going to race 2, and we're going to try the 5-horse, Kahala, who's 8-1. The angle here, 2 in a row since moving into a new barn. I like that jockey Brian Hernandez stays with this horse in the saddle, and I think the pedigree's there to handle more distance. So Kahala at 8-1, hopefully in race 2 to get us an early long shot.
Thank you so much. As we wind down here on today at Keeneland, saw the press release that they have released the catalog for the April sale, which will take place a week from Friday, right after closing day. Well over 100 horses, or I believe 111 horses cataloged as it stands right now for the Keeneland April sale. So make sure you check out that catalog. And there's some nice horses in there, horses that are earning high 80 buyer speed figures, if the memory's serving correctly. So that we look forward to that happening at the conclusion of this race meet, immediately following the conclusion of this race meet.
It's been a very good sale in years past, and I anticipate it to be the same this year. And Scott, fantastic card. Let's make some money today.
Let's do it. Enjoy today at Keeneland. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
Did you know Toyota actually spends $1 million every hour of every day on R&D?
That's in addition to a $39 billion investment to design and build vehicles in the USA.
Made in America means something to Toyota, like over 170,000 jobs and over 32 million Toyotas built right here in the USA.
And for over 20 years, Toyota's electrified vehicles have led the way to a better tomorrow.
The more you know, the more you'll drive Toyota.
Let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book One is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity. Keeneland September Book One, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes David Guest to the paddock. David works with our programs department here at Keeneland. He has sung at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., as well as Westminster Abbey and the Ryman Auditorium, home of the Grand Ole Opry. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Judy Tackett from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Judy. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast and the turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning of the first race, which starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also begins that early pick five. And the opener today, scratch number 3, She Talks to Angels. Scratch number 3, She Talks to Angels. Jockey change on the 2 Honors Legacy. That'll be Luan Machado. 2 Honors Legacy, the jockey Luan Machado. Please note number 6, Sanctify, does not receive Lasix. Number 6, Sanctify, does not receive Lasix. One other note about the first race, disregard the footnote about the equipment change. Number 1, Vino Veloce, did not wear blinkers in her prior start and does not wear them today either. There is no change there. Second race starts the early pick 4. In race 2, scratch number 1, Mobster Gun. Scratch the 6, Ministerial. And scratch the 9, Boitano. That's in race 2, scratch number 1, Mobster Gun. Scratch the 6, Ministerial. Scratch the 9, Boitano. Third race starts the pick 6. There's no carryover. In that third race, jockey change number 4, $1 a day. Make the jockey Yoel Navas. That's the third race. Number 4, $1 a day. Make the jockey Yoel Navas. Corrected weight, 121 pounds. Corrected weight, 121 pounds, as there is a single bug allowance. Fourth race, that's where the late pick 5 gets underway. In that fourth race, scratch number 1, Sackett. Scratch the 4, Bostonian. Also scratch number 8, Deeply Hidden. Also scratch the 10, Listening. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 1, Sackett. Scratch the 4, Bostonian. Scratch the 8, Deeply Hidden. And scratch number 10, Listening. Jockey change on the 2, Jet Sweep Joe, Luis Saez. That's number 2, Jet Sweep Joe, Luis Saez, the jockey. Also a jockey change on number 3, Baytown Boo Boo, the jockey Agustin Gomez. That's number 3, Baytown Boo Boo, the jockey Agustin Gomez. And a jockey change on the 12, Into Inspiration. That'll be Joel Rosario. 12, Into Inspiration, the jockey Joel Rosario. Race 5 is the start of the late pick 4. Jockey change on the 6, Baytown Lovely, Luan Machado. It's number 6, Baytown Lovely, the jockey, Luan Machado. Sixth race. Jockey change on number 3, Crack-a-Lacking, Luan Machado. That's race 6, number 3, Crack-a-Lacking, the jockey, Luan Machado. Seventh race. Scratch number 7, Raise High. Also scratch 13, Tiverton, 14, Ailman, and 15, Market Malice. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 7, Raise High. Also scratch 13, Tiverton, 14, Ailman, and 15, Market Malice. There is a jockey change in race 7. Number 9, El Ahijado, make the jockey Yoel Navas. That's the 7th race. Number 9, El Ahijado, make the jockey Yoel Navas. Corrected weight, 113 pounds. There's a single bug allowance, 113 pounds. 8th and final race. Scratch the 5, Contemplation. And scratch the 7, Practical Thought. That's the 8th and final race. Scratch the 5, Contemplation. And scratch 7, Practical Thought. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 today. No Toyota Super High Five on that 8th race. There's also an overweight. The 6 Indy Magic, the jockey, 1 pound over. 6 Indy Magic will carry 1 pound of overweight. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse, we got 8 races ahead. We did have a little rain this morning, fast and good to start the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. And it's Wednesday, which means we've got the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Always a very popular competition here, and we've got a great card. I think it's a very competitive card. Some races that I think you could go many ways in.
Some 2-year-old action early in the day. Our featured event is race number 7. It's a 1 1/8 on the turf course and a pretty wide open event. We do have a $1.6 million yearling, Way Hill Road, coming back to Keeneland, where he's 1 for 1. That's the number 1 horse for Stone Street Stables and Woodford Racing. But a lot of different directions to go in there, and also a key scratch in our featured event, Raise High, the 7, withdrawn from that race, as you heard from Kurt.
Yeah, I think the horses towards the inside are going to take the lion's share of the wagering, the 1 Way Hill Road, but also the 2 What Say Thee for trainer Mike Maker. We know he does well with his distance runners on the turf, and this horse had a really bad trip last time out.
Enjoy this Wednesday here at Keeneland. The opening event of the afternoon, race number 1, less than 18 minutes to post. Start of the early daily double, the early pick 5 as well, and the first pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon. 2 to 1 on the number 5 horse. That is Razzle Red for Riley Mott, taking the drop here today. I shouldn't say drop, moving over to the dirt for the first time off of a turf event at Gulfstream Park. I'm leaning on the 1 Vino Veloce for trainer Michael Puich, a filly by Kozan, a Florida-bred daughter of Kozan, who shows up to this race off of a race back last summer at Ellis Park. It's been over 8 months since we've last seen this filly compete, and that 1 mile distance at Ellis Park, keep in mind it is a configuration at Ellis Park that is about a 1.5 turn setup over there in the pea patch at Ellis Park on the eastern or western side of Kentucky. So got bumped at the start, got some position, finished 3rd, beaten a length and a quarter, has come back here at Keeneland as of late after spending time at a training center and put together some solid workouts and gets Talagaff Leone. I think the inside draw, which has been a very good spot to be on that path here at Keeneland on the dirt course, will play as an advantage for this filly. I think that you've got to respect her, and obviously she's getting plenty of respect as she's the second choice right now with 3 horses sitting at 3 to 1. Vino Veloce, my top selection here today, gets Lasix for the first time now as a 3-year-old filly off of that 2-year-old debut back in August of last year. The number 6 horse, that is Sanctify for Wayne Catalano, 3 to 1 on the board. This is a filly by Audible that shows up in this event off of runs at Turfway Park and put together some decent efforts in those races, going 1 mile and 1 mile and a 16th. I'm looking at the move to the dirt as a positive move. And Brian Hernandez Jr. and Wayne Catalano, they've teamed up here over the last couple of weeks and put together some strong team-up efforts as far as their combinations at Keeneland Racecourse. But this is a situation in which they find themselves in a maiden special weight auction restricted race. That should be noted in talking about this race. This is a condition that has been introduced over the last year, maybe year plus, here at Keeneland Racecourse, where horses are eligible for this race that sold or RNA'd, reserve not attained, for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. And I think you're starting to see a trend of buyers looking for horses at these price points at Keeneland sales to have that eligibility to run for $70,000. And really what it does and what it's been intended to do over the meets that we've had this condition here at Keeneland is to level the playing field. And that's what most conditions in races are attempting to do, bring the most level playing field that you can, bringing together those horses into those situations. And this is doing so by looking at how much they cost at their most recent auction. So this 6 horse at 3 to 1 certainly fits here, being a $7,500 Keeneland January sale graduate from last January in 2023. And so that is just another indicator of you can purchase a horse at that price point and have a live runner for $70,000. The economics are brilliant when you look at the condition of this race and where horses are coming from. And the number 4 horse, Low Country Magic, for Ignacio Correas IV, a filly by Good Magic for Haymarket Farms. This is a homebred that makes her debut here today. I've got a tout on this horse, got some information from a handicapper that I very much respect, and this horse opened up live. 3-1, has held steady at 3-1, comes in off of works here at Keeneland, workouts dating back to late February here at Keeneland Racecourse, consistent half-mile and 5/8 drills for this filly by Good Magic. And Jose Ortiz having a brilliant meet here, as we've talked about more than several occasions here in our handicapping endeavors. So Low Country Magic getting that action, that attention at 3-1. Race number 1 coming up in less than 14 minutes here at Keeneland. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden auction, 3-year-old fillies that sold or were reserve not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. Scratch number 3, She Talks to Angels. Number 3, She Talks to Angels. Scratched. Jockey for the 2 Honors Legacy, Luan Machado. Luan Machado rides the 2 Honors Legacy. No Lasix for the 6, Sanctify. Please note number 6, Sanctify, does not receive Lasix, and disregard the footnote about the equipment change for the 1 Vino Veloce. No blinkers in that prior start. No blinkers today either. Mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed fast. The turf is listed good to start the day. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. A reminder, the first race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time at 7 minutes.
Now it's less than 6 minutes away from the opener here at Keeneland Racecourse. Pretty evenly matched group of fillies from a looks and physical perspective across the board. The one filly that did stand out to me, just looking at from a coat perspective and all the things in which you would look for in a horse as far as a turned out nature, would be Razzle Red, the number 5 horse. She's the clocker pick from this morning on today at Keeneland. 5-2 on the board right now, coming into this maiden auction restricted race here today at Keeneland Racecourse. As she moves over to the dirt course for the first time in her career, we'll see how she fares. But she was well turned out by Riley Mott for Stone Farm, and Junior Alvarado, familiar with this filly, rode her at Gulfstream about a month ago, about 5 weeks ago to be exact. So we'll see if she can live up to her looks at odds of 5-2 on the board. But a wide open race starts the early pick 5. The pool growing now over $163,000. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Low Country Magic goes into line. There will be 3 more to load once Low Country Magic moves in. Razzle Red coming forward. 2 left. Sanctify goes in. That will leave 2 Lucy's. The last one comes forward now. Last one goes in, first wire at the post. They're off. And there's Honor's Legacy from the inside. Honor's Legacy comes out for the lead. Low Country Magic is right alongside, though, and Sanctify will join that pair to the far outside as they head to the first turn. Low Country Magic moves forward and has the lead now. Honor's Legacy drops back toward the inside, settles into third as Sanctify moves by and takes second on the outside. 2 Lucy's, a lane off the rail, moves up into fourth. Around Vino Veloce, drops back 1 spot, fifth, and flanked at the back by Razzle Red as this field of 6 heads off the first turn and up the back stretch. Opening quarter went to 24.2 seconds. Low Country Magic the leader. Low Country Magic leads at 3/4 of a length. Here's Sanctify inching forward, a closer second, then another length and a half back to Honor's Legacy third by just a half length. 2 Lucy's, fourth on the outside of that one, gap of 2 more lengths. Razzle Red moves up fifth on the outside, and Vino Veloce is last, still right there at the back though, and is running about 3 to 4 lengths from the front. The opening half mile, 49.9 seconds. They head for the far turn. Low Country Magic against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length, and Sanctify still there, but still second, 3/4 of a length to Honor's Legacy. Third, the same margin. Then 2 Lucy's. Vino Veloce back to the inside, and Razzle Red on the outside as they move midway on the far turn with Low Country Magic the leader. Sanctify is still second, less than the length separate the top 2. Then a gap of 3, though, to 2 Lucy's past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch, whose third has lost some ground to the top 2, though. She is some 5 lengths from the front. Honor's Legacy is still there to her inside and fighting on for that third spot. But coming into the final furlong, Low Country Magic has the lead from Sanctify. Now Sanctify still there, but they're coming to the wire, and Low Country Magic has the lead, maintains it by 2. Low Country Magic, Jose Ortiz to take the opener on this Wednesday at Keeneland. Sanctify was across the line in second, and then it was 2 Lucy's third, and Honor's Legacy was fourth.
The first-time starter, Low Country Magic, brought it here today at odds of 5-2 as word had gotten out on this good Magic filly for Haymarket Farm. Ignacio Correas IV and Jose Ortiz with another win this spring here at Keeneland. She's about 3 clear in the end. Low Country Magic over the number 6. That is Sanctify, and checking in third, 2 Lucy's. 4, 6, 7, 2 unofficial in the Wednesday opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Low Country Magic, finished first. Number 6, Sanctify, was second. Number 7, 2 Lucy's third. And number 2, Honors Legacy, fourth. 4, 6, 7, 2 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 4, Low Country Magic, owned by the Haymarket Farms, LLC, of Raymond Montgomery, trained by Ignacio Correas. Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Low Country Magic, a 3-year-old Good Magic filly out of Marsh Harbor by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Haymarket Farm, LLC. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.23 seconds. First race results official, 4-6-7-2, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 2, scratch the 1, Mobster Gun. Also scratch number 6, Ministerial. And scratch number 9, Boitano.
Race number 2 started the early pick 4 here at Keeneland. Less than 20 minutes to post. Scratch the 1 and 9 as well as the 6. 1, 6, and 9 are scratched out of race number 2. There's a look at the number 2 horse, All West, for Keith DeSormo. This is a veteran runner. He's 8 years old, son of Flashback. This will be start 40 of his career. 40th career start coming for All West. He's won 7 of the 39 races that he has competed in thus far, and he has finished also in the top 3 outside of those wins, a combined 16 seconds and thirds for this son of Flashback. He's made nearly $350,000. The key for me on leaning on this horse, and I'm sure for the majority that are handicapping and wagering on this race in the win pools to bring him down to 2-1, is the distance. This son of Flashback is a 2-time winner at the 1.125 distance. Last time out at Fairgrounds, he was in too tough. The tote board told you that day he was nearly 11-1. They claimed him for $25,000 in February. Very aggressive claim in taking this 8-year-old gelding who's got some backlash. You don't see a lot of 8-year-olds being claimed for $25,000, but nonetheless, they took their shot with this horse. And the last time that he ran a 1.125 was back in April of 2023 at Oaklawn Park, and he was a winner that day, setting right off the pace and able to get up just by a neck. Prior to that, he'd run a good race in first level allowance condition. He's come down the class ranks over the last few races, but the 1.125 distance and running for $16,000 as well, dropping down to $16,000. It looks like a perfect spot for them to pick these new connections to pick up a win with this 8-year-old gelding as he makes his 4th start in 2024. And in the previous 3 starts outside of his race last time out, he was picking up checks. He rattled off 3 consecutive third-place finishes going back to mid-December and then on into January and February. So a very consistent racehorse, just a true racehorse, and he likes the distance, 2-1 on All West. That's good enough for me to take the shot with him at this 9 furlong distance. The number 4 horse, Candy for Carmel, ships in from Southern California. Last race was at Santa Anita in late March. He was 3rd for $25,000 going a mile. He has been training at San Luis Rey, which is a training center in Bonzo, California, just south, about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes south of Santa Anita. And you see a lot of high-profile connections that maintain strings of horses there that train and race at Santa Anita or Del Mar. Peter Miller would be one of the biggest that would come to mind, Peter Miller, the trainer. And in this instance, we're dealing with a very good trainer in Richard Baltus, who opts to ship this horse to Keeneland to run for $16,000. You've got to think about the investment it takes to get a horse from Southern California here to Lexington, Kentucky, trying to win a race and trying to make it a profitable endeavor, and dropping in for 16 here today. They are being very, very aggressive with this gelding. And the 1.125 distance, to me, is a bit of a question coming out of those speed-type races that we see at Santa Anita. Races at Santa Anita are very quickly run. He's only run a 1.125 once in the past, and that was at Pimlico back during Preakness week of last year. So I'm trusting Richie Baltus in this decision to come here to Keeneland and spot him in this situation. Obviously, many are. He's 9-5 on the board right now. He did finish 3rd in a field of 6. Keep in perspective the field sizes at Santa Anita that we're dealing with right now in Southern California. But Candy for Carmel, West Coast shipper here in Kentucky. Baltus, he's no stranger to coming here to Keeneland Racecourse. He knows the types of horses that fit and where they belong when coming here to Keeneland. The number 5 horse is Kahala for Alexis Clare. This is a runner that will go out to a 1.125 for the first time in his career. He comes off of back-to-back wins at Fairgrounds. He was involved in a pace that was quicker in his last 2 races. That was quicker run races than what he'll be seeing here today, I would imagine, at this distance. And I think that he's a horse that can get in front of these types at this $16,000 level. He's a speed threat with Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. He wears blinkers now for a 5th consecutive race. The light bulb really did go on off the claim in the move over to Alexis Clare's barn in those last 2 starts, because prior to that, running for somewhat similar conditions at Fairgrounds, he just did not have that sharpness early on in his race, and he has found that. So Kahala at 5-1, I think a speed threat in this 9 furlong distance if he can see out the trip. He's got to relax at a point in the race, and I think that based on his last 2 races, he had to have relaxed to finish off the races in the fashion that he did to pull off those wins. This is a tough race. There is no getting around it. Race number 2 does start the early pick 4, and with the difficulty that I saw here in this first leg of the pick 4 sequence, I'm hitting the all button. I am buying this race, pari-mutually speaking, and moving on to race number 3. It's one of those types of races that I think it's justified, especially when you get down to the 2-year-old race with Strumman for John Hancock making his second start of the meet in just a few weeks' time in the 2-year-old race. And then in race number 5, I'll lean on the 8 in there as a single in a race that I do think that he is the best horse in the race and the most likely winner. And then finding a little coverage in race number 3 as well, going 4 deep, 1, 2, 3, and 5 in that maiden special weight event. But this is a difficult race. We'll see how it turns out. It's all about the distance and who's going to get the distance. And that is why I went to the 2 horse who has proven that a 1 1/8 is well within his range as far as looking for the top selection in here, but obviously still hitting the all button in this early pick 4. 14 minutes away from race number 2 at Keeneland. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Claiming race, 4-year-olds and up for a price of $16,000. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 1 Mobster Gun. Also scratch the 6 Ministerial. And scratch the 9 Boitano. Main track is fast. Turf listed good today. Post time at 8 minutes.
Here's a horse that knows it's about to be game time. That is All West. His energy really did change once James Graham got aboard, and it's continued to the front side. I think all positive signs for this 8-year-old gelding. To me, when looking at these longer distance races, this is my theory, and it was described to me some years back. When you look at sprinters versus longer distance horses, think about Olympic athletes and think about individuals, Olympic athletes that are sprinters and their build and body size and body shape compared to those marathon runners that are maybe a little bit longer, not maybe, they are longer, leaner type of horses. This, to me, is a lighter, leaner type of horse for this mile and eighth distance, and that's why he excels. He's dappled out, feeling good, 2-1 on the board on All West. I really like everything that I'm seeing from this 8-year-old gelding as he makes start 40 of his career. From a looks perspective, the 11 horse couldn't be looking better. He has dappled out. The team behind Nicholas Jones, who is 20-1, looks phenomenal. And I don't know that if this is a case where he always looks this good. I have never had an opportunity to see this son of Pioneer the Nile, but he's dappled out. He looks good. He gets a drop down in class. He gets over to dirt for the first time since almost a year ago, May of 2023. Prior to that, or following that, I should say, he went on a pretty decent run where he picked up 3 wins in the span of 4 races. But from a looks perspective, he is well turned out by Claude Brownfield, Nicholas Jones at 20-1. And then Tom Leach, his long shot play of the day is the 5 Kahala for Alexis Clare, a son of Broken Vow, looking for his 3rd consecutive victory. He's 9-2 on the board right now. Early pick 4 begins here, quickly approaching $100,000 in that pool. Now 5 minutes to post race 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Candy for Carmel and Code Runner move in. Last 2 preparing to load. Here's Kahala. Nicholas Jones, the last one going in. At the post. And they're off. There goes Candy for Carmel, and there's All West to the inside. Here's the Thunderer along with Kahala. Kahala moves up now from between horses as they head toward the first turn. Candy for Carmel broke alertly and slides over to the rail in front, has the lead around the first turn, will save some ground up on the front end, hugging that inside lane. A length of the good. The Thunderer goes second up on the outside by a half length. Kahala third by 3/4 of a length. Code Runner was 3 wide, now double wide off the first turn onto the backstretch in fourth, trending up between horses fifth. All West was against the rail around the turn in the 6th position. Short list to 7th. Nicholas Jones is last of the 8. Back up front, side by side for the lead, 23.98. The time for the opening quarter. It is Candy for Carmel against the rail, who leads it by just a neck. The Thunderer, second, a length and a half. Kahala has dropped over to the inside and third, a half length. Code Runner, fourth on the outside of that one by a length. Then trending up, All West, Short List, and Nicholas Jones, 48.28 seconds the time for the first half mile. The Thunderer puts a head in front to the far turn. Candy for Carmel is still there toward the inside, though. Second by a length. Code Runner, third up on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Kahala is still fourth toward the inside, nearly 5 from the front. Trending up, Short List far outside as they move toward the top of the stretch. All West tries to find some running room against the rail, moves up a few spots, still 5 lengths off the lead as they come past the quarter pole. The Thunderer has the lead off the far turn. All West is swinging toward the outside now, and Short List is coming down the center of the track, followed by Kahala. Candy for Carmel has lost some ground toward the inside. The Thunderer is into the final furlong and leads it by 3. Now, Candy for Carmel is still fighting on, trying to hang on to second, has the second spot by a length at this point, but already coming to the wire. The Thunderer well in front. The Thunderer, Jose Ortiz back-to-back to start the card. Candy for Carmel was second, All West third, and Kahala was fourth.
It's the Thunderer completing the natural hat trick. 3 wins in a row for this son of Blame. 2 up at Turfway Park. Comes down here to Keeneland Racecourse and steps onto the dirt and just keeps on rolling. He was part of that pace with Candy for Carmel, the number 4 horse, who fought on bravely to hold on for second. But once the Thunderer kicked clear, he put this group away, and Jose Ortiz on a roll this spring here at Keeneland. 10-1 on the Thunderer to start the early pick 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, the Thunderer, finished first. Number 4, Candy for Carmel, second. Number 2, All West was third. Number 5, Kahala, fourth. 8-4-2-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 8, the Thunderer, owned by First Rodeo Racing of Matt Skull, trained by Thomas Malloy. Back-to-back wins to start the card for jockey Jose Ortiz. The Thunderer, 5-year-old son of Blame, out of Delightful by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Helen Alexander. 9 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 51.66 seconds. Second race results official, 8-4-2-5, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, the turf good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. A reminder, the jockey change on number 4, $1 a day. Yoel Navas will be the jockey. Number 4, $1 a day. Yoel Navas, the jockey. Corrected weight, 121 pounds. Single bug Allowance, the corrected weight, 121 pounds. Number 4, $1 a day.
Race number 3, maiden special weight event for fillies and mares 3 and up. They'll be going 1 mile and 1/16, so a short stretch, first wire finish for this group of fillies and mares. Cara and Colleen is my top selection, the number 2 horse for Ignacio Correas IV, looking to take 2 of the first 3 races here at Keeneland on this afternoon. This is a filly by Bolt Doro who's going to be running on the dirt for the first time in her career. She started off at Gulfstream Park on the synthetic. In fact, 3 consecutive synthetic runs before a bit of a break, and came back in August on the synthetic, ran on turf. She's run well over the course of her 7-race career. She's finished in the top 3 without winning, combined seconds and thirds 5 times over the course of her 2 seasons of racing now. And last time out, she sprinted up at Turfway Park, finished 5th, beaten 3 lengths. I think she builds off of that race. She had not been racing since mid-October at Gulfstream Park, so second up off of that, freshening that break in between races from October to February, and getting out to a route of ground, I think, is a positive move for this filly down on the inside. If she can get some position, I think she can outbreak the number 1 horse in here, and we'll see what Johnny Velasquez does with the favorite Dynamism, the number 3 horse for Grand Motion. But I'm hoping that the move to dirt and second off this layoff for this filly is going to be a positive move. 3-1 on the board. And as mentioned before, Ignacio Correas IV, the trainer of this filly, took the opener and looking to take the 3rd race here this afternoon. The number 3 horse, Dynamism, for Alpha Delta Stables in Grand Motion. She's had 1 run. That was at Laurel. Finished 2nd going 7 furlongs. She's bred to go further. She's a daughter of Uncle Mo, one of the top stallions in the game, who stands for $150,000 out of an Afleet Alex first dam named A Fleeting Lady, who was a stakes winner. So a good family here, but getting that 1-turn race under her belt, she tracked off the pace, she finished off the race well, and now progressing towards this 2-turn distance. You got to like the pattern that you're seeing with this filly, and also the fact that they opt to come down here to Keeneland off of that race at Laurel Park a month back. So Dynamism, I think, a very serious contender, and obviously at 6-5, as she is the current favorite. And then the number 1 horse, Neon Icon, an Arrogate filly, $220,000 Keeneland September yearling back in 2022, debuts at the age of 3 for Rusty Arnold. She's had a workout here at Keeneland, worked a half mile in 48 flat after spending the winter down in Florida at Palm Meadows. So the career debut comes here today. Drawn to the pedigree, we'll see how she does first time out, but being by Arrogate, especially on the Phillies side, they all seem to be very, very good, and we'll see how she handles this debut effort, and as they opt to run her a distance of ground. May need one. We'll see what happens with Neon Icon, but respectable here in race number 3.
The number 5 Force Scene looks like a filly that will benefit from added distance today. Last time out, she had to race going the distance of the 1-turn mile at Gulfstream Park, and it was just a strung out field. The winner won by 4 lengths. The 2nd place finisher was well clear from the 3rd place finisher, but I still think it was a very good field. And given her running style, she just looks like a filly that needs more and more distance. You could also see that from her pedigree being a filly by Uncle Mo. So I hope that Tyler Gaffleone can get to working on her a little bit early and get her in a good position by the time they hit the quarter pole. But Forseen comes out of some strong races, particularly last time out at Gulfstream Park.
Gabby, she's 5-2 on the board right now for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., a filly that was purchased for $400,000 out of the September sale here at Keeneland back in 2022. And Tyler Gaffleone, he'll ride this filly for the first time, as she has had different riders every step of the way over the course of her 5-race career. Race number 3 does begin the pick 6 on this 8-race card. Again, fillies and mares 3 and up. First wire finish at 1 mile and 1/16 in this $100,000 maiden special weight event.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Lanark, at 1 1/16 over the fast main track, which is listed fast with the turf good and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. We mentioned that because this is where the pick six gets underway. In this third race, a reminder, the jockey for the 4, $1 a day, is Yoel Novice. Number 4, $1 a day, Yoel Novice. The corrected weight, 121 pounds. There is a single bug apprentice allowance, 121 pounds. Maiden event, fillies and mares, age 3 and up. Maiden special here in race 3. Again, start of the pick 6. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire, 8 minutes to post.
There's a look at the number 6 horse, Street Where You Live, for Phil Sims, a Malibu Moon filly that is going to get an opportunity to go 2 turns for the first time in her career and just her second career start. Part of our Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, a Clocker pick stating her workout here at Keeneland out of the gate was in company with a nice filly, and she worked in 47-4. The only time we've seen this filly in the afternoon racing was back in the fall, where she came out of arguably the best race of the fall for the 2-year-old fillies at the time. And that was a race where she was 8th behind Tarifa, who is one of the favorites for the Kentucky Oaks in just a couple weeks' time. And Tarifa recently won the Rachel Alexandra Grade 2 at Fairgrounds and followed that up with a win in the Grade 2 Fairgrounds Oaks to make her one of the leading contenders for the feature race on the first Friday in May. And also out of that race on the 25th of October, Regulatory Risk. She was recently runner-up in the Grade 3 Gazelle Stakes up in New York. So tough company the last time we saw this filly competing at 2. She's now a 3-year-old filly. Positive reports as far as the Clockers are concerned here at Keeneland, and her number just came down from 10 to 9, now 8-1 on the board with Street Where You Live with Alex Ashard in the saddle. Good luck in this third race. 6 minutes to post. First leg of the pick 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Lanark. Start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 3. Dynamism comes forward. 3 more to load. $1 a day. Two left. Here comes Foreseen. And that will leave Street Where You Live. Last one coming forward, moving into line. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. And there goes Dynamism. Kara and Colleen will try to go with her, and Neon Icon there to the inside, followed by Foreseen up toward the outside. Kara and Colleen from between horses moves forward, has the lead. Dynamism goes second, just off her flank, starts inching forward now, a half length off the lead. Neon Icon is third against the rail, and then Foreseen stacks up to her outside, and then a gap of just over 2 more lengths to the 2 trailers. Street Where You Live toward the outside is next to last, runs along here in 5th by a head, and has $1 a day there to her inside. 23.55 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Back up front, Kara and Colleen is the leader. She's against the rail. She leads it by a half length. Dynamism is second by a length. Foreseen to the far outside is third by a neck. And then Neon Icon is fourth as they head for the far turn. Gap of 2 lengths back to Street Where You Live, just outside of $1 a day. The opening half mile, 47.75 seconds. Kara and Colleen, the leader. And Dynamism still second. Next separates the top 2. Now here's Foreseen. Foreseen going to have to go to the far outside, but comes forward to try and join the front pair as they move midway on the turn. And is followed by Neon Icon, who's fourth back toward the inside. $1 a day is in 5th. And Street Where You Live has now dropped out to last. The leaders are at the quarter pole. Kara and Colleen. Dynamism still 1-2. Neon Icon is picking up the chase, but needs running room. Looks inside, now looks outside. Foreseen is there. Foreseen is still trying to move forward. And here comes Neon Icon now, trying to squeeze through an opening into the final furlong. Foreseen on the outside of that one, but Neon Icon and Luis Saez have burst through for the lead. Neon Icon to win it. Foreseen was home second, Dynamism third, Kara and Colleen fourth.
What a gritty win by Neon Icon as she was locked inside of the number 5 horse. That was Foreseen, and a little race riding going on there, all within the rules as she had that position. But once Luis Saez said, let's get out into this spot, she was not hesitant whatsoever to go through that very small gap, forced her way through there and kicked clear. An impressive debut by Neon Icon, the Keeneland grad, daughter of Arrogate, kicking clear in the short stretch and winning at 5-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 1, Neon Icon, finished first. Number 5, Foreseen, was second. Number 3, Dynamism, third. Number 2, Kara and Colleen, fourth. 1-5-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Lanark, number 1, Neon Icon. Owned by Glenn Bromwich in the second, owned also by Michael DeHere, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Luis Saez. Neon Icon, a 3-year-old filly by Arrogate, out of Mademoiselle Coco by Medaglia d'Oro. Winner bred in Kentucky by Nancy Dillman. This Keeneland September graduate Neon Icon gets the mile and 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 47.08 seconds. Third race results official. 1-5-3-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Lanark Trophy presentation to the connections of Neon Icon. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In the fourth race, scratch the 1 Sackett, scratch the 4 Bostonian, also scratch number 8, Deeply Hidden, and scratch the 10, Listening. Jockey change on the 2, Jet Sweep Joe, Luis Saez. That's the 2, Jet Sweep Joe, Luis Saez, the jockey. Jockey change for the 3, Baytown Boo Boo, Agustin Gomez. That's number 3, Baytown Boo Boo, Agustin Gomez, the jockey. Number 12, Into Inspiration, the jockey Joel Rosario. That's the 12, Into Inspiration, jockey Joel Rosario.
Race number 4 on the card starts the late pick 5. These are 2-year-old maidens going 4.5 furlongs, and as it goes early in the 2-year-old season of any year, mainly first-time starters. But in this instance, we've got Strumman making his second career start and his second start this meet. He was debuted 12 days ago on opening day here at Keeneland. Son of Flame Away for John Hancock. He wasn't that sharp away from the gate, but he did finish that race strong, finishing second to a runaway winner of Wesley Ward's and Shoot It True, the filly who beat up on the boys that day. But it's a colt that is a good-feeling horse, and he's acting that way down in the paddock. We'll see how he maintains that energy over the course of the saddling and warm-up process once they move front side. But John Hancock, one of the notable trainers here at Keeneland every springtime when you're looking at these 2-year-old races that you have to look towards, and the fact that he's bringing this horse back for a second time this meet, positive signs. Strumman, the 9-5 favorite right now, that colt by Flame Away. My second selection to the outside, the 12-horse Into Inspiration. This is a son of Into Mischief, one of the top stallions in the game that RT Racing Stable purchased out of the September sale last year in 2023 for an even $300,000. Now, Rafael Ramos, 9% with first-time starters, and debuts this 2-year-old son of Into Mischief, as I mentioned, here in a 2-year-old race. I think it's a positive sign. Typically in these 2-year-old races, you don't see these high yearling purchase prices outside of the Wesley Ward runners, the occasional Wesley Ward runners. You don't see these 2-year-olds come out until typically the summer months. And this is a treat to see this son of Into Mischief debuting here today. He's 7-2 on the board right now. We'll see how he fares, a $300,000 Keeneland September yearling. And then intrigued to see the number 3 horse Baytown Boo Boo compete for Paul McEntee. This is a colt from the first crop of Instagram. Now, Instagram, a son of Into Mischief, and Into Mischief, as we talked about with the number 12 horse, top stallion and a top sire of sires. It all really got going with his son Golden Sense, who's been a very, very steady and very good stallion for a number of years, a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. If you're not familiar with Instagram, the stallion, the sire of this colt, Instagram was a flashy debut winner at Los Alamitos in 2018. He won by 10 lengths. He followed that up with a win in the Grade 2 Best Pal Stakes at Del Mar. And so the breeding is there to be a very precocious 2-year-old. So you've got to look at pedigrees when you're looking at young horses especially. And the way that Larry Best behind OXO Equine has supported his stallion Instagram, he has brought some very good mares to the breeding shed to be covered by Instagram. So we'll see what result we get with Baytown Boo Boo, but leaning on the top side of the pedigree with this colt here today, he's 3-1 on the board as we're 15 minutes away from post time. Pick 5 pool is healthy, over $100,000, $106,000 even right now. You've got less than 15 minutes to get those Pick 5 tickets together, and all wagers in for race number 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. The Betts, maiden special weight 2-year-olds, Heedley course, 4.5 furlongs. Main track is fast. Scratch the 1 Sackett. Scratch the 4 Boston Tonian. Also scratch the 8 Deeply Hidden. And scratch the 10 Listening. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Jet Sweep Joe, Luis Saez, rides the 2. The jockey for number 3, Baytown Boo Boo, Agustin Gomez. And the jockey for the 12, Into Inspiration, Joel Rosario, rides the 12. Double pick 3, start of the late pick 5, fast track, turf listed good, 7 minutes to post.
Some further impressions on these 2-year-olds getting set for race number 4. That's the number 5 horse, Mr. Woodford, for Larry Demerit, a colt by Air Force Blue out of that winning first dam, Ruefully, daughter of Bernstein. Like the way he looked. He's not a bad-looking horse. He's not the biggest, but these are 2-year-olds. He looks quick to me. $2,500 purchase at the September sale last year. 18-1, maybe one worth considering underneath here in race number 4. The number 12 horse, we talked about his energy, not quite focused down in the paddock, and his engine is running a bit warm, and it has been since he's been down in the paddock. We'll see how he handles the warm-up here. The son of Intermission for RT Racing Stable. He's 5-2 on the board right now. Let's see how he acts once he gets moving without the pony, and see if he gets a little bit more focused. And that, to me, is a positive sign to seeing him take off under his rider, Javier Padron Barcenas. So 5-2 on the board right now. Hopefully this warm-up will do him some good as he gets set for this career debut. And I was just speaking just minutes ago to the trainer of Strumman, the number 9 horse, John Hancock. I asked him, I said, to me, it looks like this horse has put on some muscle since we saw him 12 days ago. And he says, your eyes are not playing tricks on you. He has just gotten better every day since that career debut. And he's got that same type of energy, but not as much. What I think is just the process of him learning and growing up really in just a matter of days. We talk about how quickly these horses can change. And to me, Strumman looks phenomenal out here. I like him from just 12 days ago and even more so here today, just based on it. Looks like he got something out of that race. And the way that he's acting right now, 9-5 on the board, the son of Flame Away with Victor LeBron in the saddle, really drawn more and more towards this horse, and watching him warm up and watching him down in the paddock. They picked 5, now over $167,000 in that pool, now over $170,000 with that next click. You've got less than 5 minutes to get all wagers in for race number 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. The bets start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 4. Mr. Woodford comes forward along with Probable 10. 2 more to load. For the Love of Run goes into line. Into Inspiration will be the last one. Last one goes in at the post. And they're off. Probable 10 off the step slowly. There's Strummin from the outside, and here's Jet Sweep Joe from the inside. Jet Sweep Joe and For the Love of Run now 1-2, and Strummin's dropped back as they move around the far turn after breaking well. Into Inspiration moves up a close third. Caught to the far outside from that outside starting spot. Strummin tries to regroup, but is fourth and running 8 lengths off the lead. It is placed toward the outside of Charlie Toulouse in the 5th position. Then comes Mr. Woodford, who is in 6th as they round the far turn. And then Probable 10, who's at the back of the pack as they straighten away for home. For the Love of Run comes after Jet Sweep Joe, the battle for the lead. Into Inspiration, and then Baytown Boo Boo toward the inside looking for running room. But it is Jet Sweep Joe with a narrow lead. For the Love of Run is there on the outside, though. These two pass the 16th pole. Strummin comes late to 3rd. Jet Sweep Joe wins it for Luis Saez. Jet Sweep Joe over For the Love of Run, then a closing Strummin.
Down on the inside, it's the first-time starter Jet Sweep Joe for Hall Stables and Paul McEntee, colt by Frosted. He had to battle and fend off the charge from For the Love of Run, the number 6 horse just to his outside. He digs in, and he's going to turn him away. And Strummin, the number 9 horse, once again rallying from off the pace, doing his best running late, and he's just going to miss second at odds of 8-5, but it's the 8-5 favorite in the end. Jet Sweep Joe on top, 2-6-9-12, unofficial, race 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 2, Jet Sweep Joe, finished first. Number 6, For the Love of Run, was second. Number 9, Strummin' third. Number 12, Into Inspiration, was fourth. 2, 6, 9, 12 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the bets: number 2, Jet Sweep Joe, the official winner, owned by Hall Stables LLC of Sam Hall, trained by Paul McEntee. Luis Saez is the winning jockey. Goes back-to-back on the card. Jet Sweep Joe, a 2-year-old son of Frosted out of Sister Blues by Pioneer of the Dial, bred in Kentucky by Hall Stables LLC. 52.86 seconds for the Headley course, 4.5 furlongs, track fast. 2, 6, 9, 12. Results official. In the winner's circle, the Betts Trophy presentation to the connections of Jet Sweep Joe. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 5, a reminder, the jockey for the 6, Baytown Lovely, will be Luan Machado. Number 6, Baytown Lovely, Luan Machado, the jockey for number 6, Baytown Lovely, in the upcoming 5th race. Again, start of the late pick 4.
Good group of horses coming up next. We're 20 minutes out from the 5th race to kick off the final pick 4 opportunity of the afternoon, heading out to the main track at 7 furlongs for this $30,000 claiming event. And I went to the 7 here, Crystal Symphony, as the top selection. This horse coming out of the Phil Sims barn and a couple of efforts at Turfway Park. Now, this filly, I thought, ran against a pretty good group last time out at Turfway. She didn't run very well in that event, but they've obviously freshened her since then and coming back here to the main track. The last time she was on the dirt course, she actually faced a pretty decent group of horses, and that was going 5 furlongs. I think that's probably a little bit too short for a filly like this. I mean, definitely considering her pedigree, a filly by Mendelssohn out of a Curlin mare. So I think this distance is preferred for her, and she should be able to be fresh off the layoff. The number 2, Out of Nothing at All, will be the second selection for me for trainer Jimmy Toner, and she's on the board right now at 3-1. She's had several efforts. She makes her 9th career start today. In her early career, she actually went against Stakes Company. She was 3rd in the sorority at Monmouth Park. She would go on to compete against graded Stakes Company in the Grade 3 Pocahontas, and she clearly just hasn't panned out. My issue with her at a shorter price is what surface is she best on? The Connections obviously tried her on the turf last time out. She's even tried the synthetic. She's tried the dirt. I think one of her better efforts actually was on the synthetic, but she finds herself on the main track today, and I just don't know how much speed she's going to show immediately coming out of the gate. So those were some concerns. I respect her enough to use her second, but just one that I couldn't get a good grasp of, especially considering the fact that she is 3-1 right now. And then we get to the 3, Dancing Nancy. She should be forwardly placed in a race like this. She actually broke her maiden at Churchill Downs at the maiden $50,000 level, going wire to wire, and since then she's been facing Starter Allowance Company. I do think this is a little bit of an easier spot than some of those recent efforts that she comes out of, and given the distance of this race and just the profile of all these other horses, I do think she should find herself on the lead. Can she stand, or can she outlast some of the other competition in here going 7 furlongs is the biggest question, but I do think she'll be on the lead here today.
Blenheim Baby, the number 8 horse in the upcoming 5th race here at Keeneland Racecourse, gets back on dirt. It's as simple as that. This is a filly by Audible who ran at Churchill Downs on debut at 2 last fall, ran well, finishing 2nd, broke her maiden going up to Mahoning Valley in Ohio, and then last time out on the synthetic just was not the same horse. She bounces back today with Luis Saez getting into the saddle of this Audible filly. She also takes a drop in class, which is not going to hurt either. Blenheim Baby back on dirt, I think back to the winner's circle here in race number 5.
Yeah, Blenheim Baby coming back to the dirt today, a race that she was very impressive in her first 2 efforts there, and she looks like she's been training forwardly off the freshening for trainer Eddie Keneally right here in Kentucky is the 8 Blenheim Baby. So to kick off the late pick 4, this is a preview of my ticket going to the 2, 3, 7, and the 8. I did think this was a pretty level playing field for many of these contenders, so I wanted to have the most coverage here. In the 6th race, I used the favorite Paparina as well as the 1, and then we get to the 7th race using 3 horses in there. I do really like the number 12 Pork Roll. For trainer Graham Motion, making his 2nd career start. He won in debut, and then we get to the final leg of the sequence. That's race 8. It's a high-level maiden claiming race. I used the logical players in there, the 1 Trumptastic and the 8 Olivier. They should be bet, but I also threw in a long shot, which is actually my top selection, the 2 Patriarchal for trainer Al Stahl. I like the cutback in distance and the drop in class for that son of Catholic boy. So there's a look at the late pick 4 ticket, how I see it for $36, but make sure you get your wagers in as we are 16 minutes out from the 5th.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. Claiming race for a price of $30,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. A reminder, the jockey for the 6, Baytown Lovely, Luan Machado. That's number 6, Baytown Lovely, the jockey, Luan Machado. Main track is fast, turf good. Start of the late pick 4 in just 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 5. Dancing Nancy comes forward along with Crystal Symphony. Three more to load. Here's Rapping Wish, and now Blenheim Baby. Run, Run, Rabbit will be the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Baytown Lovely, Blenheim Baby, Crystal Symphony between that pair, then Dancing Nancy, who's down toward the inside. Out of Nothing at All moves up as well, then Rapping Wish. Baytown Lovely has the lead. Dancing Nancy out of Nothing at All to her inside goes a close-up third. Crystal Symphony fourth. Blenheim Baby is fifth up on the far outside. Rapping Wish down toward the rail now in sixth. Run, Run, Rabbit is seventh up on the far outside. Fast Gal is in eighth. And I Got a Bolt, last of the 9, opening quarter 23.05 seconds. Back up front, Dancing Nancy to the outside, Out of Nothing at All to the inside. Out of Nothing at All has the lead, 3/4 of a length now. Dancing Nancy is second by a length and a half to Baytown Lovely, who's third by a neck. Crystal Symphony, fourth to the inside. Blenheim Baby takes to the far outside. She's 3 lanes off the rail. In fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more lengths then. Back to Run, Run, Rabbit as they round the far turn. Out of Nothing at All leads it by 3 lengths. Crystal Symphony second, a half length. Blenheim Baby is third, challenging for second up on the outside. They're moving by the quarter pole to the top of the stretch. Blenheim Baby now has second, takes aim on Out of Nothing at All, who leads her by 3 lengths coming toward the 8th pole. Blenheim Baby is second by 5, Crystal Symphony third. Run, Run, Rabbit is in fourth. I Got a Bolt is fifth. Final furlong, Out of Nothing at All still leads by 3. Blenheim Baby is second at the 16th pole. 8 more lengths to Crystal Symphony. Deep stretch here. Out of Nothing at All, third win on the day for Jose Ortiz. Out of Nothing at All wins it. Blenheim Baby second, Crystal Symphony third, and I Got a Bolt was up for fourth.
Jockey Jose Ortiz took the first 2 races on today's card, and he continues the momentum right here in race 5. And really, this race was over from the beginning. This horse broke forwardly, found herself forwardly placed under jockey Jose Ortiz, and she just kept on keeping on. We saw a late bid from the 8 Blenheim Baby. She was on the wrong lead and couldn't quite catch her. In the end, she draws away to win by multiple lengths as they cross the finish line. 2-8-7-1 unofficially across the finish for for race 5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 2, Out of Nothing at All, finished first. Number 8, Blenheim Baby, second. Number 7, Crystal Symphony, third. Number 1, I Got a Bolt, fourth. 2871, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, number 2, Out of Nothing at All, owned by Kathleen Hammer, Gina Toner, and James R. Brady. Trained by Jimmy Toner, 3 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Out of Nothing at All, a 4-year-old filly by Super Saver, out of Spandrel by Arch, bred in Kentucky by Kurt Cahill, Sarah Cahill, and the Super Saver Syndicate. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 30.46 seconds over the fast main track, and the results official. 2871, the official results. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The jockey for number 3, Crack-a-Lacking, will be Luan Machado. Number 3, Crack-a-Lacking, the jockey, Luan Machado.
Horses in the paddock here for the 6th race on today's card. 19 minutes out, and horses will eventually be heading out to the main track at 6 furlongs for this starter allowance event. And we're looking at Delance 80 for trainer Tom Amos. This 4-year-old filly, she comes out of I thought a pretty decent effort last time out against Starter Allowance Company at Oaklawn Park. And now in that event, she did actually face Paparina, who figures to be the heavy favorite in this race. She's 4-5 on the board as it stands right now. But I think a couple of reasons why I prefer her at 5-1 versus 4-5. Number one, the price. But the reason why I think she could turn the tables is because of this inside post position. There doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in this race. I don't think that she is pace dependent by any means, and I do think that she could maybe find herself a little bit more forwardly placed than the 5 Paparina in here because of her rail post position. And at the end of the day, there wasn't much that separated both she and Paparina in that last Oaklawn trip. She also did not get out of the gate very well. To me, she just seems like an improving filly, and I think she offers a great price at 5-1. Now let's talk about the favorite, the number 5 Paparina. She's 4-5 right now. A lightly raced filly. She looks like a filly with a lot of potential. Obviously, she debuted for a tag for $40,000, and that's why she's eligible for the starter race. But she came back in a big way at Oaklawn to break her maiden impressively by over 5 lengths in that race. Now, this filly, she didn't get away well last time out either, and she overcame that slow pace to just try to run them down. She couldn't quite do it. She lost by a nose in that race. I like her. I respect her. I'm not going to be surprised when she wins this race, but I do think the track profile kind of plays against her today. We've seen winners. The winners on today's card have been forwardly placed, and she's a closer. She's a one-turn closer. That's just what she is, and that's something that you gotta have to consider, especially considering the price at 4-5. And then finally, the number 3, Crackalacken. Do take note that Luan Machado picks up the mount for this horse, and she's trained by Sarah Hamilton. She comes out of a win last time out, but that came back in June. I just think she's going to be fresh to fire off the layoff. She's faced some decent company, and she kind of looked like, at least in her 3-year-old season, she started to get a little bit better. More importantly, she's fast, and she very well could be the fastest early. I think the 2, Mrs. Rip to her inside, could be equally as fast. Maybe these 2 hook up on the front end, or maybe, the pace holds and the 3 Crackalacken is in a good position outside of a speed duel. So we'll see what she can do, but I do think that filly really fits this group here, and she likely will be on the lead this afternoon at 8-1. Let's take a closer look at some of these horses and report trackside in a minute, but we're 16 minutes out from race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Luan Machado, the jockey for number 3, Crack-a-Lacking. Luan Machado rides number 3. Double at pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is fast, turf listed good, post time at 8 minutes.
Horses warming up on the track for the 6th race coming up next at Keeneland Racecourse, and I really like everything I see from the number 5 Paparina. She looks like the filly to beat here at even money, but I'll give you another horse to maybe consider, the 6 Marmalade Sky. She is very sharp today, and I like to see that with this outside draw. There looks to be some speed horses towards the inside, but this filly, you can see her. She's on her toes. She looks revved up. She also looks incredibly fit. Really nice shoulder, really nice hind end, powerful looking filly here on the track today. And she comes into the race off a really impressive maiden score. You could maybe say that perhaps the synthetic surface at Turfway improved her overall performance, but I kind of get the feeling that maybe she's just overall improving as a racehorse and just taking those steps forward. So she faces winners for the first time today, but finds a competitive group as she is being bet right now at 7-2. She looks great on the track. We're 6 minutes out from race 6. Once again, this does kick off that final pick 3 of the afternoon. Best of luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. Moving into line, race 6. DeAw 80 and Mrs. Rip both move into line. 4 left to load. Here's Crack-a-Lacking coming forward. Now Little Sister Sue. Paparina. Marmalade Sky, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Marmalade Sky comes out for the lead, but just as quickly, Crack-a-Lacking. Crack-a-Lacking is going to move right on by to the front. Crack-a-Lacking shoots to the front of the field, opens up here by 2 lengths. Marmalade Sky regroups, second up on the outside. DeAw 80 just to the inside of Mrs. Rip, who's there in between horses, contesting third as they head for that far turn. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Paparina. She's next to last here early on, and Little Sister Sue is at the back. It was 23 seconds flat the time for the opening quarter. Crack-a-Lacking and Marmalade Sky, 1-2, separated by a neck around the turn. Gap of 2. DeAw 80 is third down toward the inside. And then Mrs. Rep, who's fourth on the outside, still 5 lengths off the lead, though. Then a gap of 5 more. Paparina next to last. Little Sister Sue is last, and Marmalade Sky's got the lead off the far turn. DeAw 80 shifting lanes to the outside to try to come after her. Here's DeAw 80 trying to reel in Marmalade Sky, who's got her by a length at this point, just over a 16th to go, and Paparina getting shook loose late, rolling on by to win goes Paparina. Tyler Gaffalione aboard. DeAw 80 was home second. And then Marmalade Sky third. Little Sister Sue was fourth.
Tyler Gaffalione managed to get a good trip down on the inside, saving ground throughout, and right about here, mid-stretch, he angles out into about the 4 path. He sees the number 6 starting to get a little bit tired, the number 1 also just leveling off, and he had so much horse once he finally got her into the clear. She managed to pick up the pieces late, winning by a couple of lengths in the end. 5-1-6-4 unofficially across the finish line for race 6.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 5, Pop Arena, finished first. Number 1, Da 80 was second. Number 6, Marmalade Sky, third. And number 4, Little Sister Sue, fourth. 5164, unofficial. Results official for race 6. Into the winner's circle, number 5, Pop Arena, owned by Black Ridge Stables LLC of William Dardy, trained by Ron Moquette. Tyler Gaffley owned the jockey. Pop Arena, 4-year-old filly by California Chrome, out of Blooming by Graydar, bred in Kentucky by Black Ridge Stables LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 11.9 seconds. Results are official. 5164, the official results. Keeneland 7th and featured race upcoming. The Wild Air. The turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch the 7, raise high. Also scratch 13, 14, and 15. Again, scratch the 7, raise high, and scratch 13, Tiverton, 14, Aylman, 15, Marquette, Malice. Jockey for the 9, El Ahijado, will be Yoel Navas. Number 9, El Ahijado, the jockey, Yoel Navas. Corrected weight, 113 pounds. Single bug apprentice allowance, the corrected weight, 113 pounds.
featured event is coming up next at Keeneland. It's a very nice allowance race. They're going to be heading on to the turf course at the distance of 1 1/8 miles. And we start the conversation with the number 12 Pork Roll for trainer Graham Motion. This horse debuted down at Gulfstream Park back in February. And what I found most intriguing about that debut performance was his gate break. He found himself forwardly placed in that race. It came very easily to him, but it wasn't as if he was running off. He was really listening to Johnny Velasquez's cues and taking back from off the pace. He just did everything right. He looked like a seasoned racehorse, but he was inexperienced. He had no prior race going into that last effort at Gulfstream Park. So I think that bodes well for him today, and that outside post position, he should be able to manage to get a ground-saving trip because there doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here. The 11 Horace Man, just to his inside, he's quick, and I anticipate him maybe setting the tempo early under Tyler, but the 12 Pork Roll should be able to get a nice pressing trip just to his outside. So I don't really mind this outside draw for him. Also at 1 1/8 miles, you have plenty of time to get into the first turn. The number 2, What Say Thee, is the second selection for me for trainer Mike Maker, and he had a brutal trip last time out. I think it's significant because he was coming into the race off of back-to-back wins. He's a horse that's been in very good form as of late. He stepped up to Allowance Company last time out. He was bet down to the favorite. It wasn't one of those trips that you think, oh, well, he was blocked and he really wasn't going anywhere. This horse was impacted severely by the trouble that he experienced last time out. Down on the inside, horses were backing up in front of him, and he just had absolutely no room to run under Luis Saez. My only issue with him and why I didn't pick him on top is because of the lack of overall pace in this race. I don't think he gets a quick pace in front of him, and that could hinder his ability to make that closing run. And then finally, the 11 Horseman. He's probably not the best horse in this field, but I'm using him because of the lack of pace in here. He comes out of he hasn't raced since the fall of last year at Keeneland, but if you look at the profile of his races earlier in his career, even earlier last season, he was fast. He was forwardly placed. So I anticipate this horse showing speed off the layoff, and he should be fresh and ready to go. The 1 1/8 miles distance off of this type of layoff might be a little bit of a question mark, especially if he gets some pace pressure. But I do think the winner of this race will be forwardly placed, or at the very least, mid-pack. So we'll see even what the number 1 Way Hill Road can do, as he is the favorite, and he kind of looks like a closer, especially at this distance of 1 1/8 miles. We'll take a closer look at these horses and report trackside in just a few moments. We're 18 out from the 7th race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Wild Air Allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. Scratch the 7, raise high, also scratch the 13, 14, and 15. A reminder, the jockey for the 9, El Ahijado, Yoel Navas. Yoel Navas rides the 9, corrected weight, 113 pounds, single bug apprentice allowance, 113 pounds. Starts the last of the day is rolling doubles, post time in 8 minutes.
Horses warming up on the track for the 7th race. Again, they'll be heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1 1/8. And here's a look at the number 1, Way Hill Road, a horse with a tremendous pedigree. He's a son of Quality Road. They paid $1.6 million for him as a yearling right here at the Keeneland September sale back in 2021. He's out of the very nice broodmare and Catch the Moon, which makes him related to multiple graded stakes winners. So this is a pedigree. He's bred to be a good one. And I think his last race was a means to an end. He probably doesn't really want to go a mile. I think as he gets older, he's probably a horse that can stretch out to the 1 1/8. That race really didn't set up for him at all last time out as well. And I think he's a horse. He's had some outside draws the past several starts. Seems like a horse that will like kind of getting that pocket trip down on the inside under Jose Ortiz. So he looks great too physically. I have no qualms. He looks fantastic for Shug McGahee, and it looks like that one race, that prep race that he comes out of at Gulfstream Park really did him well in terms of fitness. Now let's talk about some long shots, because if you look at the board, it's the 1, it's the 2, and the 12, and then it's kind of a steep drop from there. We have double-digit odds around here, including this horse, the number 5, Bolt from Above, at 59-1. I just thought this horse looked really nice today. He took a long time to break his maiden, but he did so going the 1 1/8 last time out down at the fairgrounds. And this is a horse that I think could run on late for a little piece of it. And then we'll take another look at a different horse, a big long shot, the number 10, Passing Judgment. I just really liked how this horse was warming up. He looks great in the flesh. I don't know how good he is at the end of the day, because his last race did produce a very slow buyer speed figure, and it was against state-bred company. Those Louisiana-bred maiden special weights, they're much easier than what he's going to face here today. But he just looks like a horse that, generally speaking, is doing very well. And I'm not saying that these horses are going to win, but if you're looking to maybe bet the trifecta or the superfecta, maybe these are some horses that you want to consider just looking at them warming up on track. And this one sent out by trainer Greg Foley. But all the money going to the number 2 horse, What Say Thee, after that trouble trip last time out at Gulfstream Park. We'll see what he can do for the connections as we are 4 minutes away from race 7. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Wild Air. Moving into line, race 7. Now and later moves into line. Here's El Ahijado. Bolt from above and now Passing Judgment. Horace Mann comes forward. Pork Roll will be the last to load. Goes into line. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Royal Mindy. Royal Mindy quick into stride, comes right out for the early lead. Has company now. Pike Place, El Ahijado move up. Horace Mann on the far outside. Now and later tries to find an opening to move up closer from behind horses down toward the inside. It is Royal Mindy in front. Horace Mann goes second. Now and later third. Pork Roll is fourth up on the outside. Pike Place drops back a lane off the rail in fifth. What Say Thee is sixth and saves ground around the first turn. Passing Judgment wide toward the center of the course in seventh. Way Hill Road against the rail is eighth. El Ahijado is ninth off the turn. Karoom is in 10th. Bolt from Above is last of the 11. 23.22 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. Royal Mindy leads at 3/4 of a length off the first turn and up the backstretch. Horace Mann is second by a length now and later against the rail. Third by 3/4 of a length. Pork Roll is fourth up on the outside. What Say Thee is fifth right toward the center of the pack. A lane off the rail. Now Way Hill Road's trying to find an opening down to the inside of that one. Can't find running room just yet. Passing Judgment stacks up toward the outside with El Ahijado. That pair both still 6 lengths from the lead though. And then Way Hill Road is behind them toward the rail after an opening half mile in 49.02 seconds. On to the far turn. Royal Mindy, Horace Mann. Pork Roll is third up on the outside. Still a length and a half off the lead. Now and later is fourth. El Ahijado is in fifth. What Say Thee looks for running room. At the quarter pole, still sixth. 6 from the front. Way Hill Road is 7 from the lead. Into the stretch. Pork Roll. What Say Thee to the outside. Now and later to the inside of Royal Mindy. Pork Roll. What Say Thee. Late run from Now and Later. Way Hill Road on the outside is fourth. Pork Roll head in front. What Say Thee is right alongside. What Say Thee, Pork Roll. What Say Thee gets up by a neck over Pork Roll to give Luis Saez the feature and his third win on the card.
What a gutsy performance from the top 2 finishers here. Take a look at the number 2, What Say Thee. This was an awesome ride by Luis Saez, just getting this horse out in the clear, because that was not the case last time out when he found traffic trouble. He was out in the clear, let this horse get his feet underneath of him and coming with his closing kick. But what about Pork Roll? Down on the inside, really fighting valiantly, but in the end, losing by just about a head. We'll take another closer look as these 2 horses fighting it out to the finish line. And at the end of the day, it is the 2, What Say Thee, your winner of the featured event.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 2, What Say Thee, was first. The 12, Pork Roll, was second. Number 1, Way Hill Road, third. Number 4, Now and Later, fourth. 2:12.14 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Wild Air. Number 2, What Say Thee, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stodiker, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Luis Saez with his 3rd win on the card. What Say Thee, a 6-year-old gelded son of See the Stars out of Noisy Feet by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. The Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age Sale graduate What Say Thee, a mile and an eighth over the turf listed good, 1 minute 50.17 seconds, and the results are official, 2:12.14, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the featured Wild Air to the connections of What Say Thee. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Scratch the 5, Contemplation, and scratch the 7, Practical Thought. Again, scratch 5, Contemplation, and scratch 7, Practical Thought. Overweight, the 6, Indy Magic. The jockey is 1 pound over. No super high 5 on that 8th race.
It's the nightcap. Race 8 coming up next at Keeneland Racecourse, and they will be heading out to the main track at the distance of 7 furlongs for this high-level maiden claiming event. These horses are in for the purchase price of $100,000. And I'm going to take a little bit of a swing here with the number 2 Patriarchal. Right now, 7-1, getting a very nice price on this horse for trainer Al Stahl. I just think he has a similar running style and a similar kind of profile than some of these other horses that are getting bet right now. This horse ran fine last time out, stretched out after back-to-back turf sprint tries. So, I mean, when you sprint 5.5 furlongs on the turf, I don't know that does great things for your fitness and stretching out to 2 turns on the dirt, especially when you're considering that long stretch at the fairgrounds. But at least this horse showed speed. He was in it early. It was a good group. We saw a couple of horses in that race go on to win in their next start. So overall, I thought it was a quality maiden special weight. Now he takes a drop down in class, and I think more importantly, cuts back in distance. This is a horse that probably is stretching his limits going 2 turns, especially at a track like the fairgrounds. I do really like him in this spot as we take a look at the number 1, Trumptastic. He's opening up as your 9-5 favorite. He figures to be the post-time favorite. Jose Ortiz having a phenomenal day, as well as Luis Saez. They pretty much won the entire card so far. And this one, dropping in class from that maiden special weight event last time out. I think it's important to look back to his last race at Keeneland. It was going a mile and a 16th. He was forwardly placed. He posted an 84 Beyer speed figure for that second place finish. Now, he hasn't been able to replicate that since then, and that would be my concern with picking him at a short price. But if he runs back to that race, anywhere near that race, it's going to win. And overall, he does seem like he is running figures that are faster than the rest of the field. So I don't disagree that he should be the post-time favorite. I do think he should be the post-time favorite here. But he will have to work out a trip from that inside post position as he draws the rail. And then finally, the 8, Olivier. He should be betting here as well. Right now, he is the co-second choice at 5-2 for Rudy Brisset. You got to start by talking about this horse's pedigree. He's a beautiful son of Tappet, and he is a full brother to Flightline. So it is kind of surprising to see him in for the $100,000 tag. But he very well could win this race with this outside post position. I will say he comes out of probably the 2 toughest maiden special weight races of any horse in this field. He faced a really nice horse in Mr. Keating in his first race, and then he came back to set a fast pace going a mile at Oakland Park last time out against Ben Franklin, who would come back to win. Both of those races seemed like they were comprised of quality horses in there. So in many ways, I do think that this horse is probably getting the biggest class relief. He has that outside post position. We'll see what he can do today for the connections. Again, that full brother to Flightline. And in today, going the 7 furlongs for this maiden claiming event. But the betting public landing on the 1, Trumptastic, as your current 9-5 favorite. As horses are saddled, riders will be up in just a moment.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, a maiden claiming race for a price of $100,000. 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Contemplation, and scratch the 7, Practical Thought. No super high 5 on race 8 as a result of those scratches. Overweight, the 6, Indy Magic, the jockey 1 pound over. Post time at 8 minutes.
Here's a closer look at the number 1, or 8, I should say, Olivier, sent out by Rudy Brisset, Flavien Prat aboard this afternoon, and he is a very attractive son of Tappet. I mentioned he is a full brother to Flightline, and he's actually going to be selling in the Keeneland April of Horses of Racing Age sale. He's going to be offered as hip number 30. So if this pedigree or perhaps performance is intriguing to you, today he will be offered at the April sale right here at Keeneland, and that sale takes place Friday, April 26th, right after racing. Once again, hip number 30 for the number 8, Olivier. But he looks fantastic. I think this outside post position will help him, especially with this compact field. He's on his toes. He looks ready to roll this afternoon. The 6, Indy Magic, is another horse that I wanted to mention, as he is a first-time starter. Now, he has had a lot of works. They've been working with this horse since, on my past performances, since early January, late December. So that's one negative, I would say. It just looks like it's taken them a really long time to get going with this horse, but some of his more recent workouts look like they've been a little bit better, including his most recent gate drill right here at Keeneland. And he looks well prepared. He has a nice pedigree. He's a son of Good Magic. He's out of that Malibu Moon mare, who was a multiple winner. She was actually a 3-time winner, albeit on the turf, but she was a nice winning mare. So we'll see what this horse can do, but I thought an athletic sort, and he is also getting bet right now at 3-1. Once again, betting public making your favorite the number 1, Trumptastic, as horses will go postward in 5 minutes for the nightcap.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Moving into line, race 8. Burnin' Hot goes in, 3 more to load. Kiss the Moon comes forward. Indy Magic. Olivier, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Trump-tastic out for the early lead. Burnin' Hot is right there. Indy Magic up on the far outside. These 3 come forward in the opening strides. Burnin' Hot between horses has the lead now. Has it by almost a full length up the backstretch, but has company. Olivier kicks in. Now Olivier moves up on the outside and now takes the lead by a half length. Burnin' Hot second by a length as they head toward the far turn. Kiss the Moon travels in third between horses. Trump-tastic shuffled back to fourth on the inside. Fourth a half length. Indy Magic fifth on the outside, and Patriarchal his last of the 6. The opening quarter, 23.12 seconds. Olivier the leader. Olivier leads it by a length to the far turn. Burnin' Hot second, 3/4 of a length. Kiss the Moon third up on the outside. And then a gap of 2 lengths. Trump-tastic, who's fourth by a half length. Indy Magic fifth up on the outside, and then Patriarchal, who's last. Trump-tastic changes lanes, comes off the rail, has to go 3 wide to the top of the stretch from fourth to third, but still 4 lengths off the lead, 3 lengths off the lead. Trump-tastic from the outside, Burnin' Hot toward the inside, move on either side of Olivier. Indy Magic is next. And into the final furlong, Trump-tastic narrow lead. Burnin' Hot is there to the inside. Indy Magic is still out on the grandstand side. Olivier drops back to fourth. Trump-tastic, Burnin' Hot to the inside. They're 1-2, and Indy Magic is still running on. Indy Magic, Luan Machado, up to win it. Trump-tastic was home in second. Burnin' Hot was third. And then Olivier was fourth.
Well, Indy Magic was well prepared. This first-time starter sent out by trainer Doug O'Neill absolutely runs them down. He angles out into about the 4-path under Luan Machado. You can see some of the horses down on the inside just vying or dueling against each other, the 1 and the 3 coming down the lane. But in the end, the 6, Indy Magic, picking up the pieces late, circling the field, and getting the win, this first-time starter at 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 6, Indy Magic, first. Number 1, Trumptastic, second. Number 3, Barnin Hot was third. Number 8, Olivier, fourth. 6138, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, number 6, Indy Magic, owned by Iron Horse Racing Stable, LLC, of Harlan Malter, trained by Doug O'Neill. Luan Machado, the winning jockey. Indy Magic, a 3-year-old gelded son of Good Magic out of Petalot by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Buck Pond Farm. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 25.22 seconds. Race 8, results official, 6138, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card with live racing resuming at 1 p.m. tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.